Opposed? Motion carries pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A1. Any persons being discussed or affected will give an advance notice of the executive meeting in writing and advise that they may require such discussion be held in an open meeting. No request has been made. And for the couple in attendance, I will say that our executive should go an hour. We have a very full agenda, but it is my intention, without objection from the school committee, that we cease at whatever level we get to, so that we can return out of public courtesy back to the meeting at or around 7 p.m. Thank you. call the open session to order and apologize to the public. We have a full agenda of executive, which we will go back to, at least a portion of. So with that said, we'll stand for a pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence, please.
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to report that there were, the only votes taken in executive session were 5-0 to return to public session. And I'll entertain a motion by the committee to seal the minutes of executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42, 46, 4, and 5.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Chonas. Do we have a second? We have a second by Ms. Boschain. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Next item is student liaison Gayatri Bugta.
Good evening, everyone. I don't have too much to report on tonight as the school year is wrapping up and most activities are not doing as much as the school year is ending. There are a few important things. First is that the school year is almost over and the last day of school will be tomorrow, June 15th. Seniors already had their last day and had a successful graduation ceremony. Freshmen, sophomores, and juniors had final exams this past week, with the last final and the makeup session today. Grades will be available tomorrow, as well as the report cards. The free summer school program will take place from June 27th to July 29th for any student that needs to make up credits. EPHS has gotten a new website recently, courtesy of the 2022 senior class of computer science students. Important information, news, and updates will be available there. The County Athletics Department finished the school year strong with both the girls lacrosse and boys tennis teams winning state championships, and the boys volleyball team making it to the semifinals. Nick Morrison from the County track team qualified for the New England Championship meet, and Michael Wetmore made state history with his hole-in-one in the state golf tournament. Sign-ups and tryouts for next year's sports are currently in progress as well. That is all I have for you tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and appreciate your patience and enjoy your summer. I know tomorrow's last day, right? Next item, please.
Next item is the consent agenda with communications, correspondence, homeschool requests, and approval of minutes for the May 12th, 2022 executive session school committee meeting, the May 12th, 2022 open session school committee meeting, and the May 9, 2022 building committee meeting.
Have any discussion, questions, or comments?
Through the chair,
Please.
what we have in front of us is what the HR director supplies for us every month, and that is the total absences and vacancies throughout the district. Does this appear on any other item on this agenda? I don't necessarily see it. I just have a question, one question, and anyone here who would like to answer it, I'd love to hear the answer. Are we in, considering we're finishing out the year and we'll be ramping up soon to start a new year, is this telling me that we do not have any dire needs in personnel at this point in time?
Yes, that's what it's telling you at
Okay.
this point in time.
At this point in time,
tonight.
we do not have any dire needs
Right.
in personnel. Oh,
Okay.
thank you,
You're welcome.
thank you.
Any other questions regarding the consent agenda? We have a motion to accept.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Chonas. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next item, please.
Next item is PTO, PTA, and EPLAC reports.
Mary, you can just have him send an email if you have anything. Yeah.
He's such a doll.
Good evening, everyone. This year was, as always, a growing and learning year. We gained many new parent members and lost a few. We had so many exciting moments, like watching so many of our members' children receive awards, complete program requirements successfully, and graduate, and moving on to new horizons like college and great work opportunities. We have supported our district in committees like SIT committees, interviews, and EPLAC. We have seen great progress and opportunities of need for individual students or schools as a whole, and had hard conversations about what is best for all the students throughout the district. We held our 14th annual EPLAC recognition here at the new high school. It was catered by the students and chefs of the East Providence High School Culinary Arts Program. We had a number of nominations this year, which made it very difficult to choose. This is a great problem to have, knowing that there are so many deserving recipients. We also had our second annual Wall of Fame, and we're looking forward to next year will be our 15th year celebration. We want to end the year by thanking Ms. Bouchine for representing the school committee as a liaison and listening to the views of parents. Our ultimate goal is advocating for our children and assisting the district in providing necessary services to our youth. We look forward to continuing this collaboration as it means to ensure all parties are being heard. We truly want what is best for our kids, and we thank you.
And thank you for remaining the strongest LAC in the state. So you guys do an amazing job, and so thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
The next item is public comments 1, agenda items.
We have a Karen Miller, Ms. Miller. Please, to the podium, please. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here, I have copies. I don't want to mention, like, the person's name, that I have issues at my son's school, at Martin Middle, with a certain person there. And again, without mentioning the name out loud, I do have copies for each of you to read. Some of the stuff, first of all, I'm not Austin, my son, his biological mother. I've been his mother for 10 years. I'm the only mother he knows. His biological mother is not around at all. So a couple things. Austin played unified basketball last year, and when he signed up, we signed him up for this year, if he had a bad day, if he had a meltdown or something in school, this person would pull him, wouldn't let him practice, wouldn't let him play, absolutely nothing. And we got fed up and we said that, no, He's not gonna be doing this. You can't do that to him. Another item in his BIP plan, one of the incentives, they wrote food, and I questioned that. And they said, well, it's not food on it. I said, you wrote food. What they were doing, this person was doing, was waving an ice cream in front of him and saying, if you behave, you can have this. And to me, he's a little boy, he's not a dog. At one of our virtual meetings, this person shut it down because I wouldn't give in to ice cream being an incentive. I pay for it, not the school, not the state, no one but myself. We would like to have his unified basketball put into his IEP so that he can play. There is an item on here that you can read it. I don't want to speak to it out loud with respect to my son. On Friday, June 3rd, we were called to the school regarding Austin. Upon arrival, Austin was sitting on the curb at Martin Middle, and there were people standing behind him, and he refused to take his meds. And what had happened was he had diarrhea. He did touch it. And we were told that by this person that he was putting it in his mouth, and he was not. And I also have a copy of the report from the rescue, and what she told us and what she told the rescue are two completely opposite things.
Miss Miller, I just want to ask you a question, just respectfully, and this is new to myself, and I assume members of the school committee. Out of respect for your child as well, would it be best, rather than to I'm just offering this, air the details out of respect for the child, and just ensure that the appropriate meetings take place to address the issue? Because ultimately, the course of action is going to absolutely begin with some meetings with the appropriate folks in the district, and then, what other recourses that are available to you, if need be. But I'm just trying to avoid any public airing of anything that, perhaps for the child would prefer not to be put out there. So it's not in an attempt to dismiss, but more to respectfully conceal, but ensure that you're here. So there will be, action, follow-up, and with the discretion and respect, though, as well. Just a suggestion.
I understand. No, I understand, and I appreciate that. I really do. I have no problem with meeting. And then, like I said, I do have copies for you each to see who the person was and everything. And the only last thing that I have on here, if I can say, excuse me, he had a meltdown. So, of course, he couldn't go to school. Understandable, okay? But this person told us to call 911 and say he's unsafe so he can be locked up for 30 days. Who is she to say that? Okay, and I just want to make sure what's going on with my child doesn't happen to another child in that school.
Okay.
So, but I understand,
Yeah,
we can meet separately. That's not a problem. I have no problem with that. And I have, like I said, I have the copies.
Right.
If you each want one, and you can see.
So,
Yep.
Through the chair,
yes, please.
just for my own knowledge, have you requested meetings? Have you requested any follow-up since this event?
Well, I tried speaking with the school principal. He never got back to me. I did, when this first was done, Ms. Crowley was in, the superintendent. I never heard back from her.
So, and if, I know you had mentioned that Austin, I don't want to, right, is the student's name. I respectfully will call him by his name and not the student. Do you have guardianship of Austin to represent him in a meeting. I just want to, because you had mentioned that you are not the biological.
Right. In that packet there, there's a notarized letter from his father, which is my ex-husband.
Okay, so, yeah, so again, I think we will make sure that tomorrow that there's a follow-up to the entire committee on that contacts have been made and the appropriate steps, whatever the verification is. If it's an employee issue, obviously that remains with the HR department and the administration to address. But what I want to assure you is, while we maintain discretion and privacy for the child, we make sure that if you are in fact legally accountable and allowed to be in those discussions, we'll make sure that those happen.
Yes, and like I said, there is a signed form
Okay.
from my ex-husband. I
Sure.
can make medical and educational decisions
Okay,
for him.
okay.
Okay?
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'm just going to say that the superintendent referred the matter to the director of special ed. I
Okay,
did get the email.
so if we can get
It's in Leslie's hands.
a follow-up
Absolutely.
tomorrow to the school committee on the
I will.
status of where
I'll
we're
have
at with that.
Leslie send you that.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
You're welcome.
Next item, please.
The next item is the superintendent's report.
All right. The
Yeah.
first thing on the super. I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
All right, is EBCAP, School-Based Health Center presentation. And Dr. Ferran is taking over that. So, Dr. Ferran? Or whoever. Okay.
Good evening, members of the school committee. My name is Dennis Roy, Chief Executive Officer of East Bay Community Action Program. Thank you for the time to be with you this evening. With me, I have Stephanie McCaffrey, who is Vice President for Health Services and Strategic Initiatives, and also Greg Dias, who is a member of our Board of Directors. I'm just going to give you, in cognizance, in terms of your time, I'm going to give you a brief overview, and then Stephanie is going to talk a little bit more about what a school-based health center is. Our objective this evening is to ask the school committee for your consideration to allow us to move forward with the administration to really try to establish this really, what I think is an innovative and important partnership that could exist between our organization and the school district. Also, the city is involved in this too because they own the property where a potential school-based health center could be sited. So East Bay Community Action Program has been providing a wide variety of services to East Providence residents for over 50 years. We have primary care programs, we have behavioral health services, Head Start programs, and social service programs that really provide great service for the city residents. This idea of a school-based health center is to really give students the opportunity to avail themselves of services literally across the street at the senior center complex in what's called the Sweetland Building, which is owned by the city. We've been talking with the city about completing the renovations on that project. What's really important here is if the school committee is in fact in agreement, we would develop a memorandum of agreement with you that would talk about our expectations for you as a school committee providing services for students and those services that we would provide. So Stephanie will get into much more detail about this, but the memorandum of agreement is really, really important for us because we would want to work very closely with the nurses at the schools to give students the opportunity to avail themselves of services that we could offer in the primary care and behavioral health world. So that memorandum of agreement is important. Services would be paid for by third-party insurance for students. No student would be turned away from getting services from us. And once again, I think that the city is very interested in using some of the federal dollars it has available to do the renovations. Stephanie will go into some more detail, and we would also be happy to answer any questions that you may have about the school-based health services. So, Stephanie, you want to talk about that a little bit, and then be happy to answer some questions.
Good evening, everyone. In deference to your time, I'm not sure if you want me to go through all the slides or give you just a little, I'd like to give you a thumbnail sketch of what the function of the school-based health center is, and I'm probably going to refer to it as an SBHC because it's less of a mouthful, and what the vision of the SBHC is in relationship to its partnership with the school. So an SBHC is a facility or a site that delivers fully integrated health services to students and their families and or custodial caregivers that are involved. And when I say to the families and custodial caregivers, we have support services available that, or wraparound, that's kind of a familiar term, wraparound services that are available to the whole family unit. So one of the most important things about an SBHC is to have it conveniently located near the primary school that it serves, knowing that those services would be available to any of the students within the school system, the school district. And we really encourage and engage with our school-based partners to assist and to support their work and their efforts in providing health education for their students. School-based health centers provide convenient, accessible services for adolescents and youth. And as we know, as children transition into adolescence, their engagement in primary care and preventive service plummets. And conversely, while their preventive care plummets, their utilization of emergency rooms and urgent cares increases. So when kids don't get the preventive care they need or quick access to some acute care, what ends up happening is they end up going to the ER or they go to urgent care centers, which drives up the cost of care, and it lacks continuity of care. There's a lot of national and state and local data that shows that the SBHCs really have an impact on some health outcomes. It increases the vaccination rates, preventive services. There's reduced asthma morbidity, fewer emergency room visits, as I said, lower illegal substance use and alcohol consumption, and a reduction in violence. And many, many studies indicate that. And actually, SBHCs also improve educational outcomes. There's a reduction in the rates of school suspension and an increase in grade point averages. And that's based on national data. We work with families and caregivers to get written consents, and they complete comprehensive intake packets so that we're well equipped and well informed so that we can provide the best care to those students who engage with us. And even if they come to us and they're only seeking acute care, so for instance, if there's an asthmatic who needs a nebulizing treatment, and they can come to us and get that treatment, if they have a primary care provider other than EBCAP, we will be sure to send clinical notes and inform that primary care provider so they can stay up to date as to the status of the student. And that's pretty important to the continuity of care. And each family that enrolls their student gets comprehensive information about the clinic and about the services we provide, so they're well informed and can make educated decisions as to whether they want to engage their students in the treatment. The SBHC principals are that we as SBHCs, we deliver enhanced access by bringing healthcare directly into the environment the students are comfortable with. We provide it nearby, so it minimizes the loss of time in school, and therefore there's less effect, rather than having a parent or caregiver have to pull their student out of school for the day because they're having an asthma attack and they need a nebulizing treatment. If the school nurse engages the SBHC, we can give that treatment and then we can send them back to class so that they can resume their learning. What our vision is, so for EBCAP, our vision is that we want East Providence to be the very best place for all youth and adolescents to learn, grow, and thrive, and we feel like we can help that. Our mission is to support the health of all the youth and adolescents in EP through evidence-based and data-driven policies, practices, and programs. And finally, the most important and critical element of an SBHC being successful and really developing that wonderful partnership with the schools is the school nurse. The school nurse we consider to be the champion of this initiative. They are our care coordinator. Typically, a student, if they're sick, they go to the school nurse. The school nurse conducts an initial assessment, and they assess whether they need additional treatment and whether it would be appropriate to possibly call and make a referral, and that would allow the SBHC to triage the matter, and they work in coordination. So we really consider them the champion and liaison, and also as a staff educator, they spread the word about what the services are for that the SBHC is offering, and we can create those relationships because it's very important that we not only have relationships with the school nurse, but with the guidance personnel, with counselors, with educators. The services that we will offer as part of the SBHC is not only primary medical care, but it's also behavioral health care, as well as a whole cadre of supportive enabling services or wraparound services that can help the student as well as their families. And so that's very important. And so that if a teacher sees a student who they think is depressed or is in need of behavioral health, they can work to make a referral to the SBHC, and we can build upon the fine work that's being done by the counselors in the school, by the school nurses. It's really to augment the services that are currently being conducted in the school itself. So I'll be happy to answer any questions if anyone has them.
Are there any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have a few questions.
Yeah, I do have some questions. When would this start to take place if we sign it?
We are still working with the city. They've completed exterior renovations at the Sweetland building. If you know where I'm talking about, across the street there. We've got some designs in place to add 2 to 3 primary care exam rooms and clinical office space. Gosh, my guess is the earliest that we could get off the ground would be in January. It could be even later than that, but we still have to work this through with the city. Obviously, we couldn't move forward without your concurrence to do so.
Okay. Through the chair, I do have some more. Can I just run down?
Please.
Okay. Who would be on staff? Who, I know you mentioned doctors there. Who, I saw dental, we talked about mental health, so who would be on staff at all times there?
Depending on the volume of service, we intend to have a mid-level primary care provider. It could either be a nurse practitioner or a physician assistant, a licensed clinical social worker, medical assistant, a receptionist, and then what we call a failing navigator, a navigator who would work closely with the nurses to make sure that the referrals occurred. So depending upon the volume, ultimately we'd like to be open every day of the week, but it may start off a little slower than that as people get acclimated to the services.
So you kind of answered my second question. You said that the time would be beneficial for families, which I think is pretty big in our community. So that's what I was asking. That would be mostly evenings, after school and evenings, is that correct?
So the family navigator, or we like to call them the student navigator, they would be available during non-traditional hours, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking.
Yeah,
Yes, because
'cause-
we know and we understand and we appreciate the fact that, depending on what the clinic hours are initially, not everyone can see us, between the hours of 8:30 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And we realize that. And so what we will do is we will stagger schedules, and we will make availability for those folks, because that is an important component. Having the family involved, addressing those social determinants of health is very important. And we realize that there are many folks who are working and may have non-traditional schedules as well. And so we will try to do our best to accommodate. To the point of, what hours, typically what happens is when a site opens up, you have to ramp up, because you need to inform and educate those who may want to engage in care, and that takes a period of time. And so as the demand presents itself, we will increase hours. And the student navigator also would be very heavily involved in working with the school personnel, and I expect that they would frequently come on site so that they could get to know the different key stakeholders within the school setting, and so that they become a familiar face, and be able to, engage with them.
So the school navigator would be employed by your company,
That's
and
correct.
then come on to our different schools? Because we have,
Obviously, the proximity to the high school would be a place to begin, but we do want to offer it to all the schools within the district. If I could go back for 1 second.
Yeah.
I also just wanted to point out that the clinical social worker will report through psychiatry staff that we have at our locations. We have a location on Wampanoag Trail, Bullocks Point Avenue. The mid-level nurse practitioner would report to our medical director, who's a family practice doctor. So there's a lot of backup support for the services that they would offer.
and
And I just want to note, I believe that we have a couple of navigators in elementary schools already in the East Providence school system. And so this would be an enhancement.
Right.
And so we're familiar with the model as well.
I believe we have one, yes, at this time.
We do have one, and we're actually looking to add another one. And that's just, we've had success with that program, so we really would like to expand upon it. And having the health center, we know that our families have difficulty accessing services. A lot of times we make a referral, but it's a phone number. And, without someone there to help some of our families navigate that, it becomes really difficult for them. So this is an opportunity to partner and to have a place directly that we can refer, like they said, with wraparound services, mental health services, which we struggle with even though we have some partnerships. So I think it would be really beneficial to the students and the families that we service.
And maybe because I did go to that presentation, that's why I'm asking so many questions here, because that's one of the time when you had said you'd be available. We have a lot of working families that cannot get their child into a doctor's appointment or any kind of appointment during the day, and that's why one of my questions was about the time frame when we would be open. The other question I had is, you had mentioned about the high school students, and you had mentioned about a third-party billing. Students coming from the high school would not be able to, or would maybe not understand how to do a copay or something like that. Would you have a schedule of fees available for people to at least understand or know prior to opening?
Well, I know Stephanie can answer that, but we'll have consent agreements with the parents or the guardians. So we'll go through all that paperwork so that the student he or she has to do is come for service.
Right. And typically, when it involves third-party payers, the co-pays are standard. So for a visit, could be like $10, $20, but they're typically standard. So most of the families understand and know what the co-pays are. And if there are students that are uninsured, we employ what's called a sliding fee scale. And so we offer drastically reduced pricing, and we would never ask the student for money. What we would do is possibly bill the family, and we would employ that sliding fee scale. And it makes it very, very affordable for uninsured families to secure care.
We may even be able to help the family get insurance.
Yeah, because I saw your slide, it did say free, if free for uninsured students on the slide.
Yeah.
So I just want to verify, because we do have that as well in our district. And I think children, if there is issues and feel comfortable, would go. And I don't want money or uninsured students to feel an obligation, and that's where I'm kind of getting at.
We never deny care for lack of ability to pay. That's one of our prevailing mandates, being a federally qualified community health center. We do that all the time. We also work with families, and if their circumstances are such that even if they have a third-party insurer that requires a pretty substantial or steep co-pays, we even employ the sliding fee scale to the co-pays. Or we also, in some circumstances, we have what's called hardship waivers. And we understand and appreciate the fact that some people just can't afford it. And so we work with them too.
My last question is, working with the school nurse, would that be our head nurse? Or would there be that be the school nurse, or how do we determine who that one person that you would be discussing things
I think
with?
we would do that jointly with the administration to determine who the right folks are. Our only point is that this will work when there's an active, vibrant partnership. If we can only stay there so long if we're not going to get busy and afford to do that, so that the partnership is really critical for us.
Right.
And I think we could work that out pretty easily with a memorandum of agreement that lays out expectations for us and for the school district.
So once that is signed, then we're pretty much in the city's hands. Is that where we're going with this? After tonight, if it passes, then we kind of just wait for the city?
Yeah, we're, as a matter of fact, just so everyone knows, the mayor is very supportive of
Yes,
this
yes,
and
we
has
know.
stated that. I've been working closely with the Community Development Office, because that's where the funding is coming from. I'm supposed to get a hold of them tomorrow and give them an update on the status. The next step would be for us to work with them to complete the interior renovations that have to be done. We would keep your designees and administration apprised of where we are all along the way, and try to project a time frame by which this possibly could begin. And then in the interim, work on that memorandum of agreement that I suggested, so that it's clear to all of us what we're trying to do.
Oh, he hasn't gotten it, Joe. Thank you.
Through the chair,
Please.
just a question about, you've already working with an elementary school in the city, and how long have you been in that elementary school, and how is it progressing there?
I think it's the Hennessy School, and, oh gosh,
That was the, that was the presentation that we did, I think it was last meeting, that Lindsay Riley and Karen Ravello did. So it's gone very well. Our families have been able to access services that they couldn't access before. So I'm not sure exactly, I can't remember from the other night, how many families they've helped, but so much so that we want to extend the program to another school.
So it's growing, it's not...
It is growing.
It's not stagnant, it is
No,
growing.
it takes a while, I think, for families to trust. So to be in there, to know who you are, to continue to promote it so families know what they can do. So as families got, as they were familiar with the person and they got used to it, and, Mrs. Riley promoted it in the school, they had more families accessing.
in deference to time, I really didn't go into much detail. I would invite you to look at our website, ebcap.org. Social services, food banks, basic human needs services, heating assistance. These are all programs that we can refer families to that are really an important part of this whole network.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just have one question. So generally speaking, in the case of, say, liability for a service that say, isn't performed correctly, who would generally, be responsible for that?
Yeah, all of our providers have insurance, liability insurance through the federal government. It's called Federal Torts Claim Act coverage. And they're all insured. Our board of directors oversees the scope of services that we provide. They provide the services within that scope. If something of a legal nature occurs, we do have insurance coverage. And that would be worked out in a memo of understanding with you also to obviously eliminate any liability you would have.
So that would be something that we would definitely need clarification or assurances from our legal, whether or not as a referral source, if we would share that liability. I'm a little fuzzy on the fee piece of it. Seems ambiguous, right? And I don't know if it's possible, but if it was something that we, the thought of referring our families to a program that may or may not cost them money, a lot of times in our underserved communities or communities of need, there's always that reluctancy to seek medical or psychological, social emotional services for fear of the unknown of getting that fee. So I don't know if there is a way to chart that out so that expectations can be set, as opposed to we'll work that out later with the patient or family. And then the other piece, more as a matter of housekeeping or formality here, is I know there's an action item to accept, but we don't yet have an MOA to review and approve, so I'm not sure what action I don't think that we're in a position tonight to take any action. Is that okay? I just want to make sure, because I saw it as an action item on the agenda, and when we didn't receive anything to review, and then it sounds like those details are still being, that MOA is still being worked out, and then will be reviewed by both sides.
Yeah, I think that to your first question, we could have done a better job of telling you. We already run primary care practices in East Providence. We have 11,000 patients, and I would not be surprised if I know some of the families already come to us and are accustomed to the fee schedule. So we take Blue Cross and Neighborhood Health Plan, all of those insurances, and I assure you, we'd work closely with the families so that the burden for them is at an absolute limit, and it's really about the third-party coverage. To the second question, if you don't mind for a second, to the second question, I'll work closely with Dr. Ferrand on this, because you would understand, we really can't make any commitment to a contractor until we know for sure that you're interested. So it's really, because obviously the city may have other uses for the facility, so I'd like to be able to try and work through the administration to get back to you pretty quickly with something that hopefully you can take a look at and approve. So we can move forward. I think you'd understand that we don't want to go forward if some snag develops that's not going to make this work.
Right, yeah, I mean, the fact that you're here presenting shows interest. I mean, we did hear about the success, with the Hennessy, I don't know if you want to call it a pilot program, but so there's an interest. Anytime there's an opportunity to increase the level of services, I think Ms. Beauchene brought up, obviously, that the timing will be interesting to see, because, yes, that 8 to 2 is kind of, it's a duplicate of the services that, that we're providing, since you're not, to some extent, I'm thinking the social emotional aspect, not so much the health, the physical health, but, again, it's so I think there's interest, which is why we absolutely agreed to this meeting. But I'm just saying, without understanding what kind of terms, because I believe when this came before us, I don't know, a couple years ago, at that time, the MOA was requiring us to provide space inside of school buildings. I remember as one of the, the roadblocks. And it sounds like we've addressed that with you working with the city and finding that location. So we're moving in that direction, but without seeing a written document, then it's...
Oh, I totally understand. We do appreciate your early interest. I wouldn't vote for anything either unless I saw it in front of me, so whatever it was, I get that. We'll work on that.
Sure.
No question about it.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
We hope to see you soon. Thank you for your time.
Next on the agenda is EP High School Club Advisors. There are 3 new clubs that wishes to establish at the high school. The Audiovisual Club Advisor, there's the job description. I'm not going to read it to you. The HERD Advisor, which is sort of an interesting advisor. That advisor is actually going to create supports for events such as the sporting team, the sports teams, etc. So when they travel, there'll be a group that maybe either by bus or whatever will go with the team to support the team. I think I've seen it at several schools this year where they have this type of club, and we need an advisor for the organization of that. And then the Fashion Design Club Advisor. And you can see what that is all about. This is a new advisor to support the fashion design class that's in the high school presently that filled up immediately as a course. So we're asking for 3 new advisors for next year. And it's on the agenda to vote on. Any questions related to that on action items? Mr. Black submitted this.
Any questions from the committee?
Okay.
Maybe the HERD advisor could say.
Is there, yeah, so one, there's no,
It'll be equivalent to the stipends of the advisors, which I believe are about 700.
are we gonna come with about and ask for approval?
Well, no, it's in the contract, is what I'm saying. The advisors are in the club. We have to come forward with a new club.
$4,000.
Okay, today.
Listen,
I'm going to ask if the HERD advisor could, just because there's a student in this room right now that would love to know, if they could actually sell merchandise.
They might.
I think that would be a great thing if they could bring
Yeah.
that to some
You got the list of
games.
advisor, what the salaries of the advisor are in the back of the contract. If you want to hold off, there's no emergency to do this. It's not going to start until next year, so you have time next month.
So,
But it would be the same as any other after-school club,
and I'll,
which I think is around 700. Could be wrong.
before I speak to any other member of the committee. So the only piece that I have on the question that I have, first of all, I love the HERD. So, right, I mean, it's great in, their involvement in the different sports events as well as our unified program.
Yeah.
My question is, and I say this respectfully, does it require a stipend payment for what I'm reading in the description? Sounds like a lot of student,
Student-generated. I think
Yeah.
you need an advisor, first of all. If you're going to get a bus, you need an advisor. You need an advisor to chaperone these students. You need an advisor to make sure that what they're producing at games is appropriate material. Yes, well, Bill Black feels as if you need an advisor. So I'm assuming, as a high school principal for many years, yes, you need an advisor.
Right, but again, valid, when you say that the stipend is the same as other stipends, if I'm collecting a stipend for one of those other clubs, which requires maybe a bit more oversight and involvement, is it equitable to, like, other duties? Do they jive with the compensation compared to other club leaders? It's only because, again, when I look at the description, a lot of
Contractually,
the
I'd have to-
activities are driven by the student
Contractually, I'd have to look
Spirit,
at
thank
it
you, school
as
spirit
to
kind of
whether you
driven.
can differentiate contractually. It's in the contract, so you'd have to see contractually if you could do that.
Okay.
So,
Again, I'm just trying to
Yep.
be responsible and not just, you know, have us signing checks and just, because it's great and it needs to be done. I just want to be able to say, okay, if it's costing us $7,000 a year for someone to oversee
I
that,
think I said 700, not 7,000.
yeah, whatever, okay, so, well,
Holy mackerel.
700, 1,000. I know, everybody that runs an advisory club was like, wow, why I get a raise? No,
Well, they did because it's more than that.
so whatever it is.
I'll find out from Mr. Black. I will
You
look
know.
in the contract, and next month it'll be back before you.
I mean, if I'm, right, so like your audiovisual club advisor, with the list here, and your fashion club design advisor, you know, that person I would anticipate is going to be delivering a lot of instruction as part of, as an advisor to that group. Whereas what I see with the herd advisor is more oversight and make sure nobody steps in, you know, in any mess. I just want to be able to justify it.
Okay, next on my agenda
I think it's about
the-
$843.
Is it 843? Okay.
Thank you.
I was close, 843, so that's what you're looking at.
Okay.
All right, so next is the school calendar. I'm going to defer to Dr. Ferran because she made some changes with professional development, so we had to adjust the calendar. Dr. Ferran?
Yes, so I'm asking the committee to amend the approved calendar. As part of the union contract, they're required to do 6 hours of after-school PD in place of a professional development day. I worked with the union and asked them if the district could have that professional development day back. We have a lot of initiatives going on in the district, and I really feel like that time would be well spent if we had that day. So what I'm asking is that we add a professional development day in, which would be January 10th. And I also am requesting 2 half-days for pre-K through 8 for planning and PD, one on January 23rd and one on March 30th.
So that's not the high school.
Not the high school. The high school has the early release day, and I feel like the elementary, pre-K, and middle could use some planning and professional development time.
Any questions?
Yeah, so question
Okay.
for Dr. Ferrandez, that January date, would it be possible or make sense to have that on the 3rd? Because like they come back for a week and then the students are off for a day. You know, teachers, I assume they're coming on site to do this PD,
They are.
right? But I'm just, again, I'm just kind of posing a question because I see you have your holiday vacation there and they come back Monday through Friday and then the next Monday they're out of school. Does it make sense to just continue it on the 3rd and they come back to school on the 4th, teachers come back on the 3rd? and
So the
students-
teachers actually come back on the 2nd, so you're suggesting holding
I'm
it
sorry,
on
yeah, on the 2nd, I'm sorry, yeah.
I worked with the professional development committee to try and put it where, you know, there's election, there's primary, so I was trying to be, you know,
Yeah.
I'm not sold on was it the 10th?
10th?
Yeah, I mean, it's flexible.
It doesn't, I mean, it's not that big, I just asked a question, really. I mean, they have a weekend break as well. I just know that you always hear that getting them back in the swing coming off of vacation. And I didn't know if it was going to be counterproductive to get them back into the swing for a week and then have them come to school on Monday the 9th and then have Tuesday off again. And then, so, but I defer to the educators on that one.
Yeah, we do have a PD committee, and we kind of ran some dates through that professional development committee. We can't do it on a Wednesday because of transportation issues with the high school, so that was definitely out. And then I kind of looked for placements in, you know, that's about halfway through the year. It's a good point to check in on a lot of our professional development initiatives, curriculum work, where we can have teachers working together. So, I mean, I'm flexible as far as where the date falls. I can run that
Surprised no
back.
one mentioned February 13th, just saying.
Well, you could do a lot of days, but,
It's always the day after Super Bowl.
okay. All right? Okay. Next on the agenda is the Arts Initiative, the MOA. It's in your packet. Last Monday, I was called to the State House with the governor and the Commissioner of Education, and they have established an SBA Capital Fund Arts Initiative. And as part of that, East Providence was awarded $161,984 to spend on the arts. So we're looking at spending it in the elementary and the middle schools, because the high schools really, as part of the building project, got everything they asked for in those two departments. We thought the need for uniforms, which was mentioned to us at the middle schools and requested, and we thought of instruments both on the elementary and middle school, and some art supplies, and I believe some teachers, as we have announced the grant, are already putting in requests. And so we'll be reaching out to the art and music teachers in the elementary and middle schools to get their requests for this grant. Everyone on the school committee must sign this grant. So it's right here. No strings attached. Money is spent, it's reimbursed immediately. Okay?
Through the chair? My question is, the school committee is the grantee, and to me, does that mean we need to vote on what the proposals are? Because I'm sure there will be a lot of requests for different art supplies. To say the arts, that's a pretty wide range, and I am wondering, will we be voting on these, or will someone be deciding for us?
You can certainly vote on them. We're going to get feedback from the teachers first, because that's where we need to find out what our needs are, and they can be presented at the next school committee meeting. But this grant needs to be signed, tonight and approved tonight. It's giving you that money. And then you have, I think it's a year to spend that money. Okay?
It looks like
Isn't it, Joel?
Yes.
between July 1st and of this July
Yep,
through
to
June.
June,
So
yeah.
the next,
So, yep,
Well, that answers my question. I just wanted to
absolutely.
to feel confident that we're going to get input from everybody, all the teachers, principals,
And we'll-
because, $161,984 sounds like a lot, but it can
Yeah,
go
right,
quickly,
you're right.
very quickly.
You're right.
no, and Charlie, I agree. I think that with it being given to the school committee, yeah, we absolutely should be able to review and approve that disbursement. So,
Okay. And the last is school safety. As you know, last week we had an issue here at the high school, and we had to go into shelter in place. All protocols were followed in that matter. The police department were here immediately, worked very closely with us. Alfred Villano also worked very closely with the police department to try to trace the emails that we did receive, and it is presently still under investigation by the East Providence Police Department, who put out a statement in regards to that incident. But all protocols were followed. Tony was here as well, and we all worked very collaboratively together to follow all the protocols. So I thank everybody that was involved in that process. Any questions?
Through the chair.
please.
No question, Superintendent Crowley. I just, as it pertains to school safety, I happened to attend the city council meeting last Tuesday evening, and there was a resolution on the docket. Is anyone else aware of that it was on the docket last Tuesday?
No.
Okay, I think and it passed. I believe Mr. Cahoon proposed it, and it passed 5-0, to request an RFP for a professional consultant on security. And I think there was an agreement that there would be a meeting of all the stakeholders, obviously the school committee, school department, the police, everyone in the community, because we are responsible for school security. The principals are on the front line for school security. So I think it's important, just so in case anyone else here hears about it, we need to communicate all around if there's going to be any decisions on school security. We want input from our principals, teachers, staff, et cetera. I wanted to put that out there because I was the only school department person there. There weren't many people in the audience anyway, but I just wanted to mention that in case anyone here hears anything else about it. Thank you.
Just keep in mind, you have a school safety plan that you approve every year in executive session, and those were the protocols I'm talking about that we follow, because that's what we submit to the board, school safety board. Just as we had to complete a school safety assessment of our buildings and send it in by last Friday, because I believe there's also going to be some money from the governor through the Rhode Island Department of Education coming to us for use for school safety as well. So that's good to know. Thank you, Mr. Jonas.
No, and thank you to Mr. Cahoon and the rest of the council. I think it's always good to have an outside objective set of eyes to kind of look through what we see day to day, and that's your best opportunity, often your best opportunity to uncover, something that just is right under your nose. So
I agree. I just think all the stakeholders should be
Oh, yeah.
included.
yeah, absolutely. Okay.
That's
Thank
the
you.
end of
Did
my
want to
report.
just add a little bit to the school safety part. I wanted to say thank you to the administration and everyone involved on Friday. I was able to speak with a couple people in the evening, and with teachers and some feedback from other members in the community, and they were all saying great things about how great the response was, how everyone was able to respond calmly and try and resolve the situation as best as they could. So thank you for everyone for handling that so professionally. I feel very safe, and I feel like our students are, and our staff and our teachers, and it's thanks to having the people who we have in this school district that's how a lot of people feel, and as well as myself. So thank you.
Thank you.
No, absolutely, and thank you to the folks that handle this situation. And I find it's interesting, the monies that you're talking about from the governor, some of those initiatives are basically, eligible items for reimbursement in that program, or, to get that supplemental funds, are many of the features that are in this building.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm extremely thankful to, the architects and Mr. Fiola and everyone involved in, this compared to the last building where you wouldn't know if a door was open, in another section of the building, where today from the office, they can tell whether or not the envelope is sealed, and they can follow those protocols. So
That'll be up to $500,000 for the district. So
that'll be good. So,
yeah, very
thank
good.
you. Next item, please.
I'm all finished with my report.
Thank you.
The next item is the Director of Human Resources report by Mark Williamson.
On your docket, I'd like to begin with your consideration of resignations, beginning with Lyra Dye, who is a paraprofessional from Waddington, and that would be effective for May 28th of '22.
Any questions, comments? If not, a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
So we have a
Second?
motion by Mr. Brandel, a second by Ms. Azanero to accept the resignation. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Next up is a resignation of Leslie Garabedian, a paraprofessional from Kent Heights, effective the end of this school year.
Discussion, questions? Or motion?
Move to approve?
Motion by Ms. Azanero. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And the final resignation, Mr. Chair, is Cheyenne Schoonmaker, a grade 2 school teacher at White Neck, effective 8/31 of '22.
Discussion or questions?
Move to approve?
Motion by Ms. Azanero. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Just a question on those. Are we offering those exit interviews, questionnaire of any sort on the resignations?
We have not been offering exit interviews at this time.
Okay. If we could do that, just so that we have some kind of feedback for that.
We used to do that, and then after COVID, it kind of expired.
Yeah.
It's a policy that's set place that we can do that, so we know why people are leaving our district. Is it money, or they're moving, or something like that?
Yep, that's fine.
Well, in this case, the paraprofessionals are just resignations. They've, the number of years. But I will tell you, the teacher there is because she had a second child and is going to stay home to raise her children. That I know for a
Good for her.
fact. She stated that.
Congratulations.
Okay? So yes, I just know that.
Next on your docket, Mr. Chair, are a number of recalls. Terrence Lynch, phys ed teacher Myron J. Francis. Nicholas Cirangione, pre-K at Martin Middle School, Oldham. Heather Navarro, grade 2 at White Neck. Sarah Carlson, grade 2 at Kent Heights. Brittany O'Brien, special ed teacher, Kent Heights. And Jonathan Monas, social studies at Riverside Middle School. Next up is terminations. We have one termination of a paraprofessional from Waddington, and that is effective May 11th of '22. We also have a number of appointments on your docket. Samantha Davey, a special ed teacher for the high school, effective the new upcoming school year. Alexandra Doty, school nurse, Myron J. Francis School, effective for the new school year. Christopher Murphy, director of facilities, effective July 1st, 2022. Shane Messier, assistant principal, East Providence High School, effective July 1st, 2022. Lindsay Riley, Director of Teaching and Learning, effective July 1st, 2022. Erin Tourgie, art teacher, Kent Heights, Hennessy, effective for the upcoming school year. Meg Voyer, art teacher, Orlo White Neck, effective for the upcoming school year. Danny Carpenter III, Assistant Director of Facilities, effective July 1st, 2022. Tony Ann Napolitano, Principal for Hennessy, effective July 1st, 2022. And Gregory McCarthy, Assistant Principal, Martin Middle School, effective July 1st, 2022. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And congratulations to the list of appointees as we work through the details, but congrats. Look forward to a successful year.
Chair, Tony Ann is here. I don't know if we want to ask her to stand up since she is new to the district.
Yes, we will. We love to embarrass new. It's like going to a new church, right? When you're the first, you got to stand up and but
He's delightful.
welcome. Welcome. On the recall list, how are we looking with the recalls versus the slips that were?
Some of those are, recalls. We are looking still at about 6 being on the recall list at this point.
Okay.
Probably not returning because of elimination of programs. Maybe, what, about 6, Sandy, do you think? Yeah. Yep.
There are
But-
some positions right now that are posted that we're waiting, that will be filled. So that will bring more people off of the recall list eventually.
Okay, so we're not done yet to.
No.
No, we are not done. We still, like I said, we had 2 positions posted today that will go out to the membership, and then if those don't get filled by teachers, people would be recalled off the list. But it will still continue to open up positions if they get filled by teachers in current placements.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Yeah, that's under appointments, don't worry. No, where it is it? Didn't you vote on those? Oh, you didn't vote.
Okay, so
Gotta
let's
go
back
back.
up. This whole, again, it's wacky for those that don't remember. We used to approve all hires, but now teacher hires, basically CBU positions that are hired in the district don't require our vote, but I guess a recall back into a position does. So
Okay,
I'll entertain.
Yeah. Did you mention the names of the recalls, Mr. Williamson?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay.
Yes, he went through.
So you need a vote.
So
Yeah, sorry.
I'll entertain a motion to accept the list of recalls, all as one, unless someone objects to that.
No objection.
No.
Move to approve.
So we have a motion by Ms. Azanero. Do we have a second?
I just want to make a note.
You might want to make it with the
Okay,
microphone
forgot
on.
it.
No, she doesn't really.
Just look at the, oh, never mind.
So we have a motion by Ms. Azanero. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Next item is the Director of Finance report with Craig Enos.
Good evening, everyone. It's nice to be here. Sorry I couldn't be with you last month. The one time I planned to be away is when you moved the meeting. So, just a couple of items that I wanted to point out to you on the finance report. We are a little bit more than halfway through the fiscal year. Overall, we remain in a very good spot. Just one number that kind of jumps out at you right on the first page. Actually, the salaries for the substitutes. You can see that by this point, we are already over by $227,000. Some of that, one, was due to the increased need, but two, we had also increased the rates for the substitutes. We have planned within our ESSER 3 grant, which was already approved, that we are covering most of this overage through the ESSER 3 grant. So next month, when you take a look at the finance report, that will be the final piece of it for the school year, and we'll still probably have some more of it during the fall, but I just want you to be aware that we will be keeping an eye on that line item. And then I just wanted to point out to you in terms of the CTC tuition, so for the out-of-district students that we receive. So on page 2, at the bottom section for the revenues, tuition other districts. So we had budgeted for the fiscal year $575,000, And year-to-date, we are up, the revenue that we have received so far is $504,785. So we're in really good shape for that.
So, I mean, where this goes through, to go into the beginning of next year?
Correct.
Because when is?
Quarter one. So quarter one of next year will appear in the budget in front of you.
Okay. Because those are collected monthly from the
Quarterly.
sending?
Quarterly.
So it's always quarterly from the sending district? So with that, how does that forecast out with our enrollment, right? I mean, we can
Yep.
project?
So this year, so I worked very closely with Bob Hanlon, and after the accepted students list came out, so he provided me with a list of who those students were. The Department of Education sets the rates every year. They were actually early for this year. So as Dr. Ferrand and I have been talking about the budget, which you'll be seeing in a couple months, one of those lines is actually going to be what that number is, because we want to come into you with a solid number of what we know.
So you don't have that right now?
No.
So is it more than the $70,000 delta that we're?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Okay,
Yep.
that's,
Yep, correct.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
'cause, you know, I'm very careful, so when you say, you know, we look very good right now, and I'm gonna ask a question, you know,
Yep. So,
we can anticipate being over.
Yeah, so on the average for this year, you know, depending upon who might leave, quarterly billing is around 120,000.
Okay,
So,
okay, thank you.
you're welcome. And that also, the rates depend upon whether the student receives free and reduced lunch, because we get a higher rate for that.
Okay.
So, okay. So that's all I have for the finance report. Are there any questions before I move on?
Yes, through the chair.
Yeah, please.
Just a few questions, Craig. Just to put this out there, I haven't heard anything yet about budget workshops. Have we planned any dates? Do we have dates for budget workshops yet? Or we're in the working stages? Is that a yes?
So we're still putting everything together. Our goal is to have a budget workshop during July.
Okay, thank you. We all got questions, I think, about field trips, and my question about field trips is, have been told that some of the schools did not use the money that they had for field trips. And I know some of that is discretionary in the hands of the principal. Does that money get rolled over? So they keep that money, they don't lose it?
Correct. There were already principals from the beginning who had asked us, you know, there's an activity that I want to take I'm pulling this out of thin air, say my 6th grade students to in September. Can I use the funds then? Absolutely. I want to plan something for the school in November. Can I use the funds then? Absolutely.
Okay, because I know there have been some parents that are disappointed that there weren't field trips for their child like they had hoped. But if that money is rolling over, then the school has not lost it, that they can use it at a later date. Okay, great. And then, as, I don't want to assume anything, as in the past, our principals will be doing their own budgets for their schools?
We already met with them at the end of May. So they have already had the input into what they wanted to see.
Okay, so that process has already begun, and again, there are some parents out there that aren't aware that every school has its own budget, or the principal has an opportunity to present a budget to the superintendent.
Yep.
So.
And just one last item about the field trips. So that also includes any presentations that come into the school, because there were some schools that wanted to do that as well. the animal guy, POW science. So some schools are actually doing that as well. And I did say this to the principals, which I don't normally say this that often. I said, go, make sure the kids have a great time. If you run out of money, let me know, and we will get more. So we really wanted the students to get out and experience and just have a good time.
Thanks, Craig, and hopefully that will happen, too.
Yeah.
Through the chair.
Yes, please.
I'm going to speak twofold on the field trips. One as a PTA president, thank you. It's very, very hard to fund much of anything this past couple of years. Number two, I think Charlie and I probably were both contacted by the same few people. I do want to verify. Dr. Frand and Mrs. Crowley cannot make principals and teachers take kids on field trips. Correct? I'm asking that. This is a legit question I'm asking. I know it may sound silly, but I have to, we need, if people are watching at home, I need people to hear.
No, we
Field
can't.
trips are not part of our instructional learning every day.
No, it is not. We certainly want them to use the money in that capacity, but as Ms. Dreen has told you, some principals have other things in mind for the students as an activity. It might not be something that's away, but something they bring into the school.
Right, there were
Correct, Dr. Bowler, too?
quite a
Yeah.
few that I attended and I'm
Yeah.
aware of that came in the
Yeah.
schools.
Yeah. Yep.
Unfortunately, I also had to attend the ones away because not many people got their background checks because of COVID.
Yeah.
We have to remember that in order to go on a lot of field trips, there needed to be chaperones.
Correct.
And in order to go anywhere, you needed chaperones that had background checks. And because of COVID, many parents did not get that. I saw it become a little difficult for certain schools to do this. And I just hope that next year we continue to do this. Just like Mr. Trona says, we continue to promote this. And we continue to bring that background checks, the BCI checks at the open houses that we do, so that more parents have them and more people can participate and can attend. So I do want to bring that up, that it's not mandatory. We would all like it to happen very, very much, but we don't have to have them. And unfortunately, for 2 years prior, we didn't. So now we should be literally having them as much as we can. So I thank you very much. And keep that money flowing for next year if you can.
Yeah, we hope so. Okay.
So I have just one statement, and, so when we get to that July workshop, what I'm going to be asking about is, when you mentioned that we're using ESSER funds to cover this budget's increase in that sub-pay. Part of that being as a result of our sub-rate being higher. That's something that we should anticipate continuing on and not the ESSER revenue being available. So I'm going to want to have those discussions and see how we're accounting for that anticipated expense being covered. So, that's all.
Understand.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you. So I just wanted to move on to the Munis software
Yeah.
contract.
Actually, before you go, I'm sorry, because I'm out of order, so just pause for 1 second.
Absolutely.
And thank you, Sharon. So we need a vote on the termination that Mr. Williamson brought to us without name, but there was a termination that was on that list that we have. And once again, the inconsistencies, we don't approve hires, but we do have to approve terminations. Mr. Williamson, I'm assuming that the proper process was followed and we're safe in that.
Yes.
Okay. So if I could have a motion on that, please.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries. Apologize for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
With regards to the Munis software upgrade that I'm asking for your approval on for this evening. So currently, with the two software systems that we use, the annual cost for next year would be $118,000. This new software, which really does meet our reporting needs all around, is actually, it's less expensive. It's $114,000 each year for the next 3 years. So that with the 3 years of the licensed software at $114,138, then the professional services, the training, and all that we would be receiving for the 18 to 24 months that this rollout will take place is estimated to be $271,490. So that the proposal total for the 3 years is $613,904. That $271,490 will not go higher. We really intend on using the having the people coming out really only as we really need to have them. One of the big items for us that I know that we're going to be using them for would be when payroll goes live. So this is about, if this gets approved tonight, we would be looking at a March 2023 flip of the switch for the general ledger piece of the software. And then on October 1, 2023, we would do a flip the switch for the payroll piece. So this is a very well thought out rollout for how this would happen. It's certainly not going to happen within 6 months. This is something that's going to take them a while. We will do training for our staff. We will be able to do training for all the school secretaries next summer, so that this way, by the time school rolls around, they should be in pretty good shape. I should mention, too, that because Munis and Infinite Visions, the current software that we have, they are in the same parent family. So while we will be having to place a deposit for the software for the first year, which we're funding through the grant, we're actually going to get a refund, a partial refund, for what we paid for our current software for this year. So.
Okay. And so fiscal impact each year, right? So you're saying the 114 versus the 118 that we're currently and whatever.
Yep.
And that's for a 3-year contract.
Correct.
But you mentioned the training component, installation training and so forth, is a 12 to 18 month rollout. So that would impact 2 fiscal years, correct?
Correct.
So
Correct.
what's our?
So these funds through the ESSER grant, we can use them till September 30th, 2024.
So all of these are coming through out of ESSER?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So then when we get through that and we're operating, then we're basically like we have been now, we're working off our operating budget.
Correct.
And we're only paying our usage fee, if you will.
Correct.
Okay, but we've
Correct.
used the grant to absorb the startup costs.
Yep. Correct.
Okay.
And the Department of Ed is very excited that this is coming before you for approval, because it's just been the reporting pieces for us is a challenge, and we get it done. But this is going to make it much more cleaner, and we know that with the reporting and possible audits that are going to be coming through the ESSER grants until 2029, that this software really is going to place us in a very good spot.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item, please.
Next item is the Director of Facilities report by Anthony Fiola.
We don't have any music or fanfare.
Good evening. I just want to give you a quick last-minute update on projects that we currently have on the block. Hennessy and Silver Spring entryways. The major construction of that will begin on Thursday morning. They slowed down a little bit. It got too noisy trying to take down walls and pull out windows. So as soon as close of school on Wednesday, they're set to stop ripping those block walls down at Hennessy and stop putting up the steel girders at Silver Spring. Currently, your window projects are on schedule. Those projects are Silver Spring, Orlo, and Riverside Middle School. Craig and I and Chris Murphy have been working with the architects on the roof project at administration. They did find a little bit more water damage than we had hoped. We knew there would be some. They're still working on remedying that right now, and we'll be getting that put together for our next meeting with them. The architects and engineers are now looking at Oldham School to look at the window, the front entry, and the roof program so that we can get those three ready to go. So that'll be drawn up over this summer and put out to bid in the first of the year. So it's ready for next summer. And while doing the hazard assessments, which the superintendent spoke about earlier, we looked at Francis, Orlo, and Kent Heights, which already have entryways. All they need now is some new locking systems and internal intercoms. They already have the external pieces, so that's being put together, and I will hope to hand the information on that over to Chris and Alfred before I leave. If you'll indulge me a second, I just want to thank the committee, the superintendent, Dr. Bowler, Dr. Ferran, and the directors. It's been a great ride, but most I would like to thank the custodial and maintenance staff for 30 years, but as the past few years have been pretty crazy, that team, as always, has come together, done whatever necessary to get our buildings open and ready through floods, through everything you can think of, through COVID. So I want to thank the men and women of Local 2969. It's been a great ride. Thank you.
Well said. And Tony, I want to thank you for always picking up the phone. You know, there's without being overly dramatic by using the phrase, but you know, the phrase, there are some people that run from a fire, and there are some that run into it. You know, and in the near 10 years, you've been that person that, you know, you smell smoke and you run in the direction of the smoke. And we've had plenty of issues, but we were hard pressed, and you've seen it, you've lived it as a district. You know, finding someone that at a time of turmoil, budget and everything else, facilities a mess, nobody wanted the job, and you did, and foolishly wanted to keep the job. But I appreciate everything you've done, and again, it just sums it up by saying, you know, knowing that if there's a need, pick up the phone, and without hesitation, you picked it up, and that is not an automatic with anyone. So I appreciate it, and every contract that came before me to renew was a no-brainer, and you deserve the rest that you will experience in the in the days and years to come. So, thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is the Policy Committee report by Jessica Beauchesne.
It's kind of hard to follow that at this point. So for the first read, you guys have the current bullying report. So I'm asking that we pass it tonight, but on that first read, without any responses from anybody that I have received as of today, except for my friend Jenny down at the end, I'm asking that you pass it tonight with 2 exceptions. I would like to find out how much it costs to look at safetospeakup.com, and Alfred, I will, I'm sure he even knows what it is already before I even said it. It's Crisis to Go. It's bullying reporting that is on our neighboring. I've brought this up like 20 times. It's not news to anybody here. It is a button you push on our website that goes to forms that are filled out confidentially. You put your name. It's called Crisis Go, one word, and safe to the number speakup.com is the. I gave this to Jenny because her intelligence of a lawyer and could tell me, because the paperwork that came with it was quite a lot. I'm asking that we include that in the first read. I don't know how much this is. It could be thousands and thousands of dollars. It could be nothing, but it does not have to be approved for second read. I'm just asking that we have a way that people can go online and report bullying. A parent, a child, a teacher. We're not the only school district that has it, but I'm asking that that be included in the first read. Please go on Barrington School District's website if you would like to. I also believe Bristol Warren has one. I believe Pawtucket has one. I want to say South Kingston. And you just click on it and you put all your information in. So that being said, if you could please, for first read, include that. Second, challenge material policy. You have one in your packet that you got, and then you have another one that I gave you tonight. That is with some revisions and some add-ons that we did. No, I didn't.
Okay.
I figured, hey, you're leaving.
Okay, I thought it was
So, but no, I will give it to everyone. Jenny is still making revisions, but that will get you to where we need to go with that. It's a more stricter paperwork because we love paperwork. But Jenny, if you have anything to say, you'd like to add on?
Sure. So for the challenge materials portion, section 2, we've provided a little bit more guidance as to, compared to the first draft that was provided, I think by the library media center staff. I just wanted to provide some more guidance as to, the steps. So it includes the principal and superintendent having to be informed. There were some changes to the forms as well. I believe this may be the first printed copy that you've received for your evaluation if you didn't check it through the link through the email that was provided. So if you could look at that, if you have any feedback as to changes or different ideas, let Jessica or myself know. I've looked at different procedures from other states and other school districts within Rhode Island as well. I've tried to be very careful with each word that was in here, so if you have any questions as to terminology that I've used or something like that, let me know, and I'd be happy to explain that as well.
I just want
to
to reiterate.
Of course, this will be sent to our attorney to have a look as well after the additional changes that Jessica and I have discussed. Again, those are minor. The meat of the policy is in front of you guys today.
This has not been an issue. We're just trying to be proactive.
Sure, no, absolutely. And I would imagine just, and I agree with you 100%, Jess, on the bullying piece, and we talked about that, you know, when I had the parent meeting and you and I had spoke shortly after. I would imagine that even having the wording in that policy that basically states that the district will make available reasonable resources for, because I know there's a category for victims of bullying, and where there the policy would, I don't know, maybe that's an idea of where the policy would require that we, whether it be an online piece or a written, you know, pamphlet that goes home each year as part of the student packet, something to that effect. But yeah, I like going down that road, but that's that ability to self-report is important, so thank you.
I think that sometimes people, whether it's in school, don't want to speak up. And in my opinion, there is no price if we're going to, I mean, we have zero tolerance right now. I know it happens in schools. I hope it doesn't happen as frequently as it's been said in the last couple weeks. We have social workers in every school. I think we've been very proactive on this. Unfortunately, I think it's still going to happen. I think educating our students right now is our number one. We do follow the states. We have adopted the state's procedures. So I do think we need to continue doing this, but adding one little button that can help somebody who doesn't want to come forward, I think is very important. It should not be that difficult. I don't think Alfred will have any issues doing it. So we just need to look at, you know, we need to get the lawyer involved as well, because like I said, the paperwork behind it was many, many pages of documentation and stuff to make sure that we can use that and to see where the information does go. So that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, please.
The next item is the Building Committee report by Joel Montero.
Okay. So you have the building, the OPM report that we received last night at the building committee meeting. Thank you, Alfred. And I'm just going to breeze through this so because we can read that. But again, commissioning regarding the HVAC system continues on. They're still doing replacement of some of those thermostats throughout the building that are being replaced. So with that, we'll be a testing and adjusting of the system throughout the building in various spots. The milestones, so construction, we're 93.3% complete. There's, you know, punch lists that will, some of them are being hit after hours, but will ramp up during the summer months. And you're seeing the site work out front with the fields. Baseball field is almost complete. Softball field is coming into shape. You see the additional parking that we've been telling people about. You start to see, right, the curbing and some of the paving. And we just talked about that last night, actually. So I'm going to mess up these numbers. The original campus had 536 spaces, and the new one will have 542 spaces. So we're increasing spaces, as we said. Clock tower, as you can see, and actually I spoke with Eric this morning, because while it's fully lit, you'll notice that on one side, high school is not lit, where it says East Providence High School going vertically, but on the other side, the high school light is not. I'm sure there's a plug that someone needs to just, but it looks better than I anticipated. So we're working some of the major things, and I know I'm kind of jumping around, Alfred, so I apologize, and I appreciate you keeping up with this. But the major things that we're working on Pawtucket Avenue, we're working out some details with DOT. You're going to see in the next couple weeks the north entrance exit, the one that leads directly to Central Administration or the old CTC building, that will close. They're going to take out that road not before opening up that second side of the boulevard. So you'll enter and exit alongside the clock tower as intended. They'll also be working on that new secondary entrance which aligns with the traffic light. And that's one of the things we're working out with the city, because in typical East Providence fashion, the current stoplight that's basically on the southwest corner, basically by D'Angelo's, let's say, that's actually right over a water line that DOT didn't know when they put that stoplight in, supposedly, whatever. So we're redesigning, because our new stoplight, which will need a third lane turn signal, we have to address that. So there'll be some interim coverage on that. So that's kind of some of the details on what is being worked on. But we continue to be on schedule per Gilbane for end of August turnover of the front fields. As I said, baseball field is just about complete, and softball field is coming together. You have the photos, and again, without getting into too many details and in the interest of time, I think I've hit some of the major pieces there. Are there any questions? Okay, well, that's good. So, with that,
Since I'm staying on in charge of stage 2 of the new construction project, part of stage 2 is that I have to fill out for the Rhode Island Department of Education a building committee report, membership report. And there has to be certain members with qualifications to be on that building committee. So what we did was, for example, we asked building committee members who were on the former building committee if they were interested in being on this committee. Steve Amoroso.
can I just, before we say this committee, so this stage 2 for the Martin Middle School in Waddington project.
Correct.
So not,
No, not right. Steve Amoroso, the architect, Jessica Beauchesne as school committee member, Nate Cahoon will stay on as East Providence City Council. Myself, I will be on, they should put Superintendent Emeritus here until January 13, 2023, as a person with educational knowledge of the philosophy of the educational policies in the school district, really. Roberto Da Silva, we asked the mayor because we didn't have a mayor for the last building committee, and he agreed to be on. Craig Enos must be on as our finance director. Bill Faziola will be the director of planning and economic development. He'll be the economic person from the city that'll be on that. Anthony Fiola will be a community member on it because his history is invaluable to where we're going. Sandy Ferrand has to be on it as the new superintendent. Lori Marchand as the principal of Martin Middle School must be on it. Joel is going to move to a community member because his term is up in January. Karen Moore, principal, must be on it at Waddington Elementary School. Chris Murphy, the new director of facilities, is a requirement to be on it. Gene Oakland, he was on our former committee, construction professional. We have to have one of those on the committee as well. Jack Resendez requested to be on it as a community member, and he has history at Martin Middle School, so he will be an invaluable resource. Nick Shattuck, the union president, is going to be on it. And Karen Ribello as the principal of Martin and Oldham Pre-K must be on it because she's involved in the construction at Martin Middle School. Alfred Villano as the interim director of technology must be on the committee as well, and Manny Vintatero asked to stay on as a community member. The first requirement is this committee must meet with RIDE representatives on June 28th at 6:30 p.m. at Martin Middle School. We'll send out an announcement after this approval tonight. They will talk to the committee as a whole, and then they will tour Martin Middle School, and they will tour Waddington School immediately after that meeting. and that's a requirement of stage 2. Any questions?
Through the chair,
Please.
just an observation, because I know we went through a different process selecting the current building committee. And obviously, I have no objections to anyone on this list. I just, for one, my opinion, I would like, in this city of 50,000 with many, many talented people, I would ask if we would consider going to the community to see if there was anyone else interested in serving on the building committee, whether it's someone from the Riverside area who wants to have their say on Waddington. But I think we should at least consider, and I don't expect that anyone is going to be banging down the doors to serve on this building committee. This building committee takes a lot of work and a lot of time. But I think as a school committee, as a school department, we should reach out and try to be inclusive. Thank you. I don't know of any organization, whether it's the United States Army, the Boston Red Sox, Boston Celtics, that doesn't have some type of a group that they bring along as leaders, and that is a reference point for me. Thanks.
Sure. So, and I'll respectfully respond. I'm not sure what to bring along the readers. So, a couple things that I'll say that you mentioned the Riverside, Waddington. Mr. Resendiz, actually, that was his,
Yes.
kind of the purpose for his involvement was to bring the south, because you're right, so having a stakeholder from the south end of the city, as Waddington being part of this project, as well as school committee member Beauchene and her involvement there. I'll just a couple things that I'll point out. One, the success that we've seen from the folks that have volunteered, they speak for themselves in this project here. So we have an opportunity to repeat that, to do something that no other district in the state of Rhode Island with the projects going on has been able to replicate with regards to a functional building committee, and I say that respectfully of all those that are trying to get it done. The skill sets that we have that are required by RIDE, but often are not easy to find. However, I would say that if there's a community member that brings a skill set that RIDE would say is lacking and they're interested, they can always reach out to the administration with that request. I'll say that I can't remember, other than yourself, Charlie, and let's just say that our building committee meetings from a community interest level are not exactly high on anybody's priority, but
Been there,
right?
Yes, yeah.
So I mean, if someone's interested and they think that they're going to bring something, I would say reach out to Dr. Fran, Superintendent Crowley, and because they're the ones that have to report this once approved to RIDE to say, there are resumes that are submitted, and RIDE basically gives a final blessing to say, okay, you've got the right folks.
I appreciate that, but it just seems like it's already been closed. But from what you just said, I appreciate your saying that if someone wishes to reach out, then they should reach out. And but looking at what is in front of me, it doesn't say anything about please reach out if you feel like you bring a skill set. And I think, you're right, I don't think anyone's going to be knocking down our doors to even come to meetings, let alone be part of the building committee. But I think we need to at least make that offer if if there is a skill set out there that an individual wishes to bring to us, then great. Look, I know from day one, people have come and gone on this building committee. There have been people that have joined this building committee, and then there has been an attrition. So even the ones that were brought onto the committee didn't all stay. So.
Right. So great point, and actually, one of the reasons why this list is a lot shorter than the first one, because what we found as we got into that project, actually, so that first building committee, if you think about it, when we announced as a district that we were going to undertake this project here, folks stepped forward and said, I want to be involved, right? And to your point, as we were going on with meetings, their schedules had conflicts and so forth, and that's when we said, okay, you know what, we need to be lean and revisit, and we respectfully went to those folks that were not in attendance on a regular basis, and respectfully asked them to commit, and they, being considerate residents, they said, yeah, you know what, I can't commit, thank you very much. And then we looked and actually RIDE, keeping in mind that we're the first district to really do this, RIDE took a step back and said, okay, how is East Providence now configured once we got into the meat of things? And that's essentially how they've modeled this. And with Mario Serino saying, okay, this is how I want it. I want relevant contributors. And I would say that the only person that was invited back that could not was Mr. Wagan, who respectfully, just had a conflict, but the skill sets that we have were duplicated, but he was consistently involved, and so even there was some duplication, his value was there, right? But yeah, I mean, again, ever since then, there's been no one. So I bring up that process to say that we've been talking about this project for a long time, and before we went to this list, no one ever reached out to anybody in this administration that I'm aware of to say, other than Mr. Resendes, who said, I'd like to be on this as a community member from the south of the city. So, but yeah, if there's a skill set that they feel like is lacking, so be it. But this group was asked because of, when you deliver a $190 million project under budget and on time, it's, let's grab, I'm gonna go with that starting 5 when we take the court, so.
You still need the backups.
Yeah, well, again, they can attend the meeting and show that there's interest, but we haven't had that. So, next item, please.
The next item is discussion items.
First item is actually, Charlie, you had a discussion item for elementary art classes.
Yes, and I was, I submitted 2 agenda items, and one of them was this one, and I believe I was told that Dr. Bowler was going to, well, okay, I'll check my email because that's what,
Right, so let's clarify, since you wanted to bring up, you submitted 2.
Right.
The one is on here, the other one was not ignored. The other one involved some feedback from Dr. Ferran to report in the capacity of superintendent of the district, to which she asked that you give her, time to.
Yeah, my item specifically was, where do we stand in elementary art classes?
No, but I just want to speak to, of the 2 you requested, the one
Okay.
that is not on the agenda, you were responded to with the request for a delay so that she could actually get into the flow and be able to respond and give you that
Okay,
request.
well,
But it is noted. and
We'll take them one at a time, but.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned it. So Dr. Bowler, the question was regarding art classes in the elementary level. So and then from there, I don't know what the specific request or question is about those art classes.
I'm sorry.
Once a week.
This is the first I'm hearing about that question, and I'm not specific.
Okay, well, I did submit it through the channels, but.
Yeah.
And as I said, I did not see it, so what is it that you want to know? Maybe I can answer it tonight, or maybe I can't.
Well, I wanted to know what the status of elementary art classes in the.
What do you mean by status? Do you mean how?
I can answer that. Every elementary art classes go on once a week in all of the elementary schools. Everybody has an art teacher. Some share an art teacher, the larger, come in. I believe even one of the art teachers might go to the pre-K as well. Karen, am I correct? So yeah, they're offered, just like music, once a week in the elementary schools. Phys ed twice a week.
So it's not growing, it's the same as it was last year, or?
Yeah, it is the same. Yes. Yep.
Do we see any kind of growth for the arts at elementary level?
The schedule is so tight on the elementary level that no, we don't see a growth there other than after-school activities, which some of the schools have, which are related to the arts. It could be music, it could be a drawing class, things of that nature. But that schedule is so tight, Mr. Jonas. They actually are the teachers that go in to relieve the teacher for their preparation period to the class. So they have 5 a week. So as I said, phys ed twice a week, art once, music once, and library once. That's been the schedule forever and is the schedule pretty much in most elementary schools. Yep.
Excuse me, can I add a little bit to that too?
Absolutely.
So actually you're asking about specific arts, but please remember that the arts are integrated throughout the curriculum. So that there could be music in ELA, there could be arts types of activities that are connected to math. So there are the standalone where the specialist goes in and does specific art activities, but there's also integration of the arts, and that could be the visual or the performing arts throughout the curriculum.
Thank you. Mr. Montero mentioned my other item, and I was told that Dr. Ferran wanted to delay an update. I had asked for Dr. Ferran to give us an update on her progress and on the changes that have been going on within the school district, and you would rather do that in August. Is that correct?
Yes, once I have my team all together and we have all the positions filled and we set our goals for the year, we're still closing out the year, so we haven't had an opportunity to meet and start to plan for next year. So I'd just like a little time so that I can update the committee with accurate information. I
understand that you're very busy and have a lot of things on your plate at this time. My question was, is there anything in the collection of data? Is there anything in the area of security or special needs or anything that you have been working on? I'm sure you've been working on all those things. Will August be timely enough to give us an update?
I think I can at least come to the table with the goals, what our focus is for next year, and a lot of our plans for the year. And then I'll give updates as we go along. But I think I can give you a good overview in August of what we're thinking and where we're heading.
And you are always collecting more data, aren't you?
Always. Always.
Thank you very much. That's all I have right now.
Thank you. Next item is for discussion is a grant for vaping detectors at the high school brought by Max Brandel.
So yeah, the East Providence Prevention Coalition sent an email to at least me. I'm not sure if they sent it to anybody else, but regarding a grant that they would be willing to apply for in collaboration with the school department to install basically vape detectors in secondary school bathrooms, I believe. I know they said that they spoke to Dr. Ferrand, so I'm not sure if you have any input on that.
Yes, so we actually met with them late May, I believe, with all of the secondary principals and Madeline and another member of the Prevention Coalition. They are in the process of writing grants for the secondary school to get vape detectors. We went back and forth for a little while. She had asked us for some data, and we sent that all. So I think the last time we spoke was probably the end of May. So they're in the process of writing that. And we also talked about some other cessation programs for vaping and some other ways that we could partner with the Prevention Coalition to support students. So it was a very productive meeting. And I think we're in a good place to move forward, and we'll wait to hear about the grants.
It's good to hear.
Yeah, I also spoke with Madeline on a later date, I think, from the both of you. Super informative. She presented really good statistics. Well, maybe not positive statistics, but she presented statistics on how vaping has become more of a concerning issue than I think a lot of people anticipated when it first came out. So I really liked hearing from her and from you, Dr. Ferrand, on how there's going to be some collaboration there and not just doing the deterrent part, which is the purpose of the vape detectors, but also she also filled me in a little bit on the preventative aspect as well, because I'm also believe it's important to have both of those in order to be effective long term. And because I spoke with her, I think recently, she did submit it, and I think we should be having an answer at some point later this month. And luckily, there are other grants as well that she will be applying to in the event that this one doesn't work as well, which is also nice. I've been learning more about grants recently, so yeah, I just wanted to share that information as well. Thanks.
It is definitely an issue for our students. We're seeing it in elementary school, so it's very concerning. We need to address it early, and we need to provide information and support for students. So it is a concern.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is action items.
Okay. So we will start with action item 1 is consider and vote to approve bill lists. Any comments, discussion, or questions?
Move to approve.
Motion by Mr. Jonas. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Sazanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is consider and vote to approve contract for the interim director of technology.
Move to approve.
Motion by Mr. Jonas. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Boshain. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We are going to table, there's a couple of contracts, I just want to put it out there. We had appointments which were celebrated, and rightfully so, and I don't want to alarm anyone. There are contracts that still we came out of executive without finishing discussion because of the creation of jobs in the district and not being able to go through. So those that are tabled here just weren't yet addressed in the interest of time to come back out for this meeting. So we're going to items 3 and 4, basically the administrative contracts for the principals, the existing principals and assistant principals. I'll take a motion to table that and the director of facilities.
I'll move the table.
Motion by Mr. Jonas. Do we have a second?
Second.
Is that a
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 5, consider vote to approve. So, yeah, Craig, if you can do, we got 5 through 11. Actually, you can go right to 12 because that's the munis. So we have 5 is AI3 invoices, 6 is Peregrine invoices, 7 Gilbane, 8 Stephen Turner, 9 Thalsh Engineering, 10 construction invoices for the high school, 11 FF&E invoices, and then 12 will be the munis contract, but probably doesn't need much more discussion. But if you could do 5 through 11, please. Is that?
Here.
Oh, he's that one.
Thank you. Okay. AI3 Basic Services, $29,484.68. AI3 Extra Services, $28,076. Gilbane Building Company, $2,083,736.70. Peregrine Group LLC, $59,000. Stephen Turner Inc., $667.75. Thelsch Engineering, $1,435, for a total for construction invoices of $2,202,400.13. Moving on to furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Midwest Technology, $3,256.30. Patterson Dental, $21,845.25. Robert H. Lord, $13,384. Roberts Musical Instruments, $13,945. Sergeant Welch, $49.23. Sewing Machines Plus, $1,237.91. Singer, $3,736.60. Wenger Corporation, $73,942.10. Wally Computer, $66,577.42, and a reimbursement to the East Providence School Department for $1,237,543.51, for a total of $1,435,517.32.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion?
Move to approve.
Motion by Ms. Azanero to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. That leaves us with item 12, correct?
Yep.
Of the Munis financial software contract. Any discussion or a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion by Ms. Azanero. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
13.
13, yeah, so we have motion to consider and vote for the, approve the contract for the principal at Hennessy Elementary School. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consider and vote to approve audiovisual Herd and Fashion Design Club advisors. Do you have a motion?
I make motion.
Motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. Motion by Ms. Beauchene, I'm sorry. Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 15, an amended motion, a contract for one assistant director of facilities that was presented before us. Do we have a motion for that one contract?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Table.
We're going to table item 16, Director of Teacher and Learning, awaiting discussion. We were not able to even touch that one. Consider item 17, consider and vote to approve contract for assistant principal at the high school. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Jonas. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Which carries. Consider and vote to approve contract for assistant principal at Martin Middle School. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion to approve, Ms. Boshain. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And this is, any opposed? Motion carries. Consider and vote to approve building committee membership list. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consider and vote to approve amended 2022-2023 school calendar. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion by Ms. Azanero. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Boshain. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Real briefly, Dr. Frayne, if that discussion goes on about that right after the holiday piece, or, definitely bring it before us. Because I was also thinking, it's the winter, and whether or not building heating on, and you know what I mean, that off day, if it's more efficient, but, anyway, okay.
Yeah. Is this one tabled?
Yes, so the item 21, consider and vote to approve the EPCAP. We have not received anything to vote on, so I'll take a motion to table.
I make a motion. Table.
Motion by Ms. Boshain to table the EPCAP proposal. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. And 22, consider and vote to approve Arts Initiative Memorandum of Agreement. Do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
So we have a motion by Mr. Jonas, second by Ms. Azanero. If you,
That's fine.
okay. And all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Can I pass that down for their signatures tonight?
Yeah, we'll get this signed
Okay,
tonight.
thank you.
Yeah, please, nobody leave before we
Yeah, sign
make sure
that.
we sign this.
I gotta get it in.
And Sharon says that there are no public comments. Next item.
Next item is announcements.
Are we having another meeting this month? I just like to know tonight.
So it's to answer that question, it depends how long we
Okay.
want. I suggest that we go back into executive to address the two employment, the new hire positions, because I would like to give those folks there, let them rest tonight, knowing that everything's all squared away, and then if we want to come back for the other renewal details, we can. And just for public record, there's no question of renewal for anyone, we're just working on the details of it.
Executive.
Yes,
Thanks.
it was just a long list, so that's always scary, but that'll depend on what you guys want to do tonight. Any other announcements? So with that, I will entertain a motion to reconvene in
Do you
executive.
want to hit the thing? Mark, you should hit the thing.
Well, we're not done yet.
Oh, God.
We're going to go into executive.
Wait, Joel, I can't really hear you down. Sandy and I can't really hear you. Did
You
you say meet again in executive tonight or at a later date?
So what I would suggest is that we at least go into executive tonight to address I think we have two newly hired positions that, as a courtesy, and then the other renewals, we can do at a later date if the time does not seem
Okay.
fitting, is my suggestion.
A special meeting,
Yes.
basically? Okay. Sounds good.
Because no, we can't stay here. We have executive session. No, because we have to come back into the public to then potentially approve those contracts. Okay? Yes. So a motion to reconvene in executive.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Jonas. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion. We'll try to make this brief, Alfred. I apologize, guys.
Should have ordered your pizza. Yeah, I just said that, or they should
All right.
order it.
Are we all? So I'll call the public session back to order, and I will entertain a motion to seal the minutes of executive. Motion by Mr. Chonas,
Second.
second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we will turn back to the action items. Consider vote to approve contract for Director of Facilities. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanero. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
4-1. Motion carries. Item 4, the remaining administrative contracts are still tabled. Consider vote to approve contract for Director of Teacher and Learning. As discussed, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Boshane. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And that is it. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion by Ms.
Second.
Boshane. We have a second by Ms. Azanero. And we do have another executive session meeting. I just want to put it on record later this month, potentially the 28th, so that we can finish the remaining administrative contract discussion and approvals. And we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good night, and thanks, guys. Appreciate it.